Stand by for a start. They're at the post for the first in Fort Erie. And they're off for program 20 of the 2020 campaign as we reach the halfway point of the season in Fort Erie. And it's already a match race along the backstretch. Soup du Jour and Magique running side by side all the way as they left the chute and proceed along the backstretch. Wick and Sense about 6 more lengths back in third. And it's been a nose-to-nose battle every step of the way. Soup du Jour along the inside, Magique taking good measure and matching strides in lockstep all the way along the backstretch, and then Wick and Sense about 8 lengths back of that battling pair. 23 and 2, the tempo continues onto the turn. Soup du Jour finally widens away by 2. Soup du Jour by a couple of lengths, make it 3-4 now. Magique well back in second, and then Wick and Sense. So Soup du Jour will come down inside the quarter pole, all alone there on the lead now. It's widened, 47 seconds passing the half. Soup du Jour wide off the turn, but it didn't matter. The lead is large, and the left-handed reminders are on from Juan Crawford on Soup du Jour. Now it's a battle for second. Magique, Sunny Singh looking back and seeing Wick and Sense coming down to the finish. It's Soup du Jour going to win by a big margin. And Magique is trying to hold second. Magique will hold second up to the line. Wick and Sense was third. The running time, 1:21 1/5 for the 6.5 furlongs for Soup du Jour. Stand by for a start. Race 2 at the post. They're off. Good beginning for all, and Hanson's Girl has cleanly won the break. It's Hanson's Girl bounding out of there the best and shows an early 2-3 length lead. She's 10 the hard way is on the outside, and Giovanna Ponti is going to be up near the pace. I Miss You runs into fourth, and Speeding Starlet is on the outside fifth. Annie O'Schiller is in reserve this time. She's 6 best away, and Court Reporter is trailing. So over to the backstretch, it's Hanson's Girl. She's 10 the hard way, runs to the outside of Giovanna Ponti. Speeding Starlet on the outside fourth. I Miss You came on through. 2.5 more lengths to Annie O'Schiller, and the trailer is Court Reporter. 24 and 2, making a pretty good clip there has been Hanson's Girl, attending right there. Giovanna Ponti pocketed up. She's 10 the hard way, and running through splitting them is I Miss You going into the turn. Running wide has been Speeding Starlet. Annie O'Schiller still in reserve, yet to be asked to run, and it's been a rail run. Court Reporter will try to move up from last along the inside. Hanson's Girl, the top end target. Giovanna Ponti is coming to call. I Miss You has tired, so has She's 10 the hard way. Annie O'Schiller has started the motor running. Top of the stretch, it's Hanson's Girl confronted by Giovanna Ponti. Giovanna Ponti now trying to edge away. Annie O'Schiller still coming. I Miss You is re-rallying. It's Giovanna Ponti trying to get up to the line over Hanson's Girl, and I Miss You as a late rush coming. I Miss You getting up in time at 12-1 to run down Giovanna Ponti. Hanson's Girl was third, and it was close for fourth with Court Reporter to the inside of Annie O'Schiller. And I Miss You with Brad Wilson pull a race 2 upset. 1,000 to 1 for Machisma. Stand by for a start. Race 3 at the post. They're off. Step slowly away for None of Yo Business. Back of the group there, so is Machisma. Crazy Society runs widest on the outside of Golden Gigi. And surging to the lead goes Triage into the turn. Tale of Perfect Law is right there with the leaders. And 5 more lengths back to Machisma as the trailer. On the lead, it's Triage, and then they run out 4 wide. The widest one out there is None of Yo Business, trying to make up the ground. Here comes Crazy Society in between. Pocketed up is Tale of Perfect Law. 3 more lengths back to Golden Gigi, and never in it since the start has been Machisma. They'll come to the top of the stretch. The complexion changes. Surging to the lead is None of Yo Business over Crazy Society, and the opening quarter was 23 seconds flat. In the stretch, it's None of Yo Business. Tale of Perfect Law has fed some clear track now. Crazy Society still there along the inside. None of Yo Business, though, is clear to win it. None of Yo Business won it by 2 to Crazy Society. Tale of Perfect Law was third. Triage made the early tempo and was 4th best. The win time 59 seconds flat. None of Yo Business. Miss Verrazano completes the line. Stand by for a start. Race 4. They're off. Pretty good beginning for all. Forest Lass right along the inside. Then Miss Patriot. There goes Miss Verrazano with a strong gate rush and will try to cross over and lead it. Into the first turn, Forest Lass inside, and Miss Verrazano takes the top. Miss Patriot running on the outside is third. There's Obliviously. Caught 3 wide in the turn. She's on the flank of Mystery Day and 1-4 Nikki over to the backstretch. Wedding Ring is second to last ahead of New York Mint. Down the backstretch they go. Miss Verrazano and Helen Vanek set up shop on the lead. Forest Lass and Miss Patriot are right there attending. Make that Obliviously running in between mares on the backstretch. Along the inside is 1-4 Nikki not far away. As they go along the backstretch, Mystery Day has backed out second to last just ahead of the trailer New York Mint. Miss Verrazano, the top end target, and then Forest Lass and Miss Patriot onto the turn. They will go with 1-4 Nikki coming through in on the fence. Wedding Ring has tired a little bit in behind Obliviously, and the last pair to turn for home were New York Mint and Mystery Day. Miss Verrazano, Forest Lass, Obliviously is on the outside third. Miss Verrazano trying to take it the route after speed of 24-2 and 48-1. Miss Verrazano, here comes Forest Lass, looked her in the eye and went by. Forest Lass kicks clear for Melanie Pinto in the stretch to run away and win at 7-2. That's Forest Lass, a well-timed winner. Miss Verrazano second, Obliviously was third. 1-4 Nikki was fourth, and New York Mint came on for fifth. Forest Lass in a comfortable-looking victory, and the Turf 7 furlongs goes 128 1/5. Seeking to three-peat is Fa Fa Fooey. Stand by for a start. Race 5 at the post. They're off. Came out in a pretty good line there. Tinker Ring a little to his left into the path of 77 Stone. High Rolling Dude going to guard his spot right down along the inside. Then Tinker Ring, and running outside in search of the three-peat is Fa Fa Fooey into the turn. 77 Stone along the inside, and the other breeze is attending last in the group of 5 as they round the turn. High Rolling Dude on a lead, but it's only about a quarter of a length to a long neck right now on Fa Fa Fooey, who's going to run right up on the pace. So the front quarter went in 25-1, and they've reached this Fort Erie backstretch. High Rolling Dude on the inside, and Fa Fa Fooey is right with him. 77 Stone, a little bit of a handful, running 3 wide on the outside flanks of the other breeze and Tinker Ring. Along the backstretch, High Rolling Dude and Fa Fa Fooey still going together. 50 seconds even at the half-mile point. In this mile and 16th test, onto the turn they go. Fa Fa Fooey waiting to be released, but so is High Rolling Dude, neither one giving in. Fa Fa Fooey now pokes ahead in front, but High Rolling Dude has the answer for that along the inside. Nothing settled there, and they're going to duel all the way into the head of the stretch. Tinker Ring is third, and then the other breeze and 77 Stone. A compelling duel all the way. Fa Fa Fooey on the outside of High Rolling Dude. These two are throwing it down in the stretch, and Fa Fa Fooey has come away with a late length lead. Fa Fa Fooey, High Rolling Dude not giving an inch and coming back. High Rolling Dude, Fa Fa Fooey, High Rolling Dude, a battling back winner. High Rolling Dude holds off Fa Fa Fooey. Tinker Ring was third, and the other breeze was fourth. High Rolling Dude, high drama to win there in 1:44-2. They're off in the Massachusetts spread. Maiden Stakes. Indians Get Up and Go gets first call away. Down tighter to the inside, Yes, Your Honor, and heavily favored, the Doctor's Slippers will run up in third. Cheer for Grace on the outside is fourth. Moving second to last across the channel, and Donnie is last on the outside. Indians Get Up and Go has had the most early Get Up and Go, then the Doctor's Slippers, and Yes, Your Honor runs on the outside third. Cheer for Grace has made it up into fourth. Then across the channel and Donnie complete this field. The Doctor's Slippers surging on through to seize the lead from Indians Get Up and Go, 22-4. A lot of speed in this one, and it's the heavily favored the Doctor's Slippers giving this field the slip into the stretch in the Massachusetts spread. Maiden Stakes, the Doctor's Slippers and Emil Ramsamy moving away to score a decisive victory in the Massachusetts spread. Maiden Stakes, the Doctor's Slippers was all alone in front. Indians Get Up and Go was second. Cheer for Grace was third. Yes, Your Honor was fourth. Across the channel was fifth, and Donnie last to finish. The Doctor's Slippers runs the turf 5 furlongs. The running time, 1:01. Co-favored Tobruk, and last in Ardance Hall. They're off for the 7th. And a good-looking even start. Right along the inside is Water Polo and Nikki Alderson making the lead comfortably. That's Water Polo to run along the backstretch, and Tobruk is on the outside of Tale of Ronan. Then a break of 3 more lengths to Uncle Lou. Second to last is Ardance Hall, and Our Victor runs last of 6 on the outside. So along the backstretch, it's been a comfortable-looking lope-along lead for Water Polo over Tobruk, and Tale of Ronan is attending the speed from third. Running on the outside fourth is Uncle Lou, not far away, and then a bigger break back to the trailers. On that final turn, Ardance Hall was to the inside of a trailing Our Victor. Water Polo tries to show the short way home and hasn't been threatened yet. Tobruk is second. Water Polo and Tobruk set down for the stretch drive. After speed, deceptively quick, 22 and 3, 45 and 2, and it's still Water Polo clinging to the lead. Tobruk is trying hard on the outside. Then Uncle Lou to the outside of Tale of Ronan. Down to the brass tacks finish, Water Polo. Tobruk is getting up. Tobruk gets up in time. Tobruk just caught Water Polo. Tale of Ronan was third and Uncle Lou was fourth. Tobruk and Kirk Johnson in time, 1:10, 1/5. They're off. Get the News tried for a big beginning. Bursting out of the pack on the outside is San Nicola Thunder. Just to the inside of that one is Gasconade Early Speed. Fastest of all, Conqueror Galactus to the front. Handsome Like Me down along the inside. I Have Feelings in between horses. Running up wide is Butterfly Strike as they move into the turn. Then Good Old Hockey Game. Moving second to last, Express Banking was shuffled out. And Get the News was checked and taken back to last. So as they move on to the turn, the front end battle sees Conqueror Galactus. Conqueror Galactus taking a stern challenge from Handsome Like Me, but Conqueror Galactus and Helen Vanek have emerged with the lead. Here comes San Nicola Thunder back in the field. 2 horses unseated their riders. Attention track crew, we have 2 loose horses, but they are way behind the field. And through the stretch, Conqueror Galactus is clear. It's Conqueror Galactus, one last challenge from Gasconade. Here comes Gasconade. Gasconade is up in time to catch Conqueror Galactus. Express Banking was third. Red Frog was fourth. San Nicola Thunder, then Handsome Like Me, and an accident-marred 8th race with 2 loose on the track. Hold all tickets from the 8th. Hello again, everyone, and there's the live shot at Fort Erie Racetrack as we count the minutes down to the 1:10 p.m. first post here on a wonderful-looking Tuesday program in Fort Erie. Mostly cloudy out there, and if you're noticing the action of the flags on the infield, it is a pretty stiff and freshening west wind. The effect of that here at Fort Erie, it will be against the horses on the backstretch, but a tailwind or a helping wind at their back down the stretch drive. And off we go at 1:10 p.m. for the first of 8 great races and a building jackpot high five carryover. We're going to be talking a lot more about that. First post fast approaching at 1:10 p.m. here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We remain close to spectators. We want to say thanks again for following along, all the ways you are doing so and supporting us this year, like FortErieRacing.com, HPIBet.com, all across the United States and the world. Thank you for following along this year online for the racing action from Fort Erie Racetrack. And one of the major storylines of today's program, the jackpot high five carryover, $116,326, over $116,000 going into the jackpot high five carryover into the 8th race. And we should note that the carryover built by more than $39,000 yesterday. So based on that recent precedent of yesterday, it does seem reasonable to expect we'll have a jackpot high five total pool of north of $150,000 by the time the 8th race goes off on this Fort Erie program. Our live racing schedule for the final 2 months of the meet, Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m., with our pre-race coverage on the air each day at 12:35 p.m. That's the Fort Erie live programs Monday and Tuesday to October 13th at 1:10 p.m. Eastern. Become a member today of HPIBet.com. You will get $100 when you bet $100. Membership includes enrollment in the HPIBet Rewards program. You can watch up to 4 tracks at the same time and wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world. And with HPIBet.com, you can wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free today at HPIBet.com. Our weekly highlights and replay show, Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, is on Your TV Niagara every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Your TV Niagara is cable channel 700 on the Cogeco system in Fort Erie, Fonthill, Welland, Niagara Falls, and the entire Niagara region. Your TV Niagara, cable channel 700 in the region, Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Check out FortErieRacing.com for our live stream and the replays, the racing schedule, Ashley Mayhew's free daily tip sheet under the betting tab, and much more, now live in HD. Be sure to check it out. The live stream available every day, FortErieRacing.com. Now stand by with your pens and pencils for the Tuesday program changes. In the first race, 3 Love That Loot has a rider change to Juan Crawford and will carry 122 pounds. 3 Love That Loot, Juan Crawford to ride, the weight 122. Number 5 Omar, Stewart's Scratch from the first race. In the first race, there will be no superfecta and no show wagering. In race 2, a couple of rider changes. Wilco's Luck make it Pierre Malhot. Pierre Malhot to ride 1, Wilco's Luck in race 2. Number 2, Terravila, the jockey change is to Chris Husbands. And Terravila will carry 118 pounds. In the third race, 3, Diamonds in Her Eyes, 1 pound over. 4, Stella Terra has a jockey change to Chris Husbands and will carry 118 pounds. In the 4th race, a vet scratch of 1, Sleek Idea. Scratch 1, Sleek Idea from the 4th race. Start of this program's 20-cent pick 5. No changes in race 5. In the 6th race, a jockey change on 1, Kate's Whistle, make it Melanie Pinto. Melanie Pinto rides 1, Kate's Whistle in the 6th race. In the 7th race, number 7, Capture Your Heart, is a Steward's Scratch. Steward's Scratch of 7, Capture Your Heart, out of the 7th. Number 8, Rosie Jewel Dancer, 2 pounds over. And in the 8th and final race, number 2, Twirling Wind, will carry 119 pounds, 6 over. 119 pounds for 6, make it 2, Swirling Wind, in the 8th. Number 3, Forehead Fred, has a jockey change to Howard Newell, and Forehead Fred will carry 122. Number 6, First Crusader, is a Steward's Scratch, scratching number 6 out of the 8th. And number 9, Jack Beanstalk, races 4 pounds over. As you may have seen on the replay show, or as it happened yesterday, rider Nikki Alderson was injured in the 8th race here yesterday, and she had a sensational month of July here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We have really enjoyed having Nikki Alderson in the riding colony here at Fort Erie Racetrack, as she has really added greatly to the daily excitement level in these parts, most notably and recently in the month of July with a bunch of whopping long shot winners. The injuries, we understand, are on the mend. We wish her a speedy recovery. You will notice in those changes that Nikki is off her mounts today at Fort Erie Racetrack, and we want to, on behalf of all of us connected with the racing here, wish Nikki Alderson a very speedy return to the riding ranks right here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We really miss you, Nikki. Now, a handicapping angle today I want to talk about, because a situation has cropped up again today that brought me to a recent $29 winner by the name of Bakersfield. And that situation crops up again in the 4th race today. I'm really anxious to tell you about it, so let's move on to the handicapping segment as we count down the minutes to post at 1:10 p.m. In the 1st race, as we mentioned, no superfecta and no show wagering. The claiming field is going to run 5 furlongs on the main track, and I have landed on numbers 1, 3, and 2 for my top 3. Fill in the blank, I think, is a great fit in this situation. First of all, Chris Husbands choiced off of number 5, Omar, in favor of this mount. Here is the career winner of 8 of 44 lifetime starts, overwhelming statistic. In this field, has won 6 of 24 lifetime starts at today's 5 furlong distance. So I think fill in the blank will be a big standout there in the 1st race, but that view is not shared. Our track handicapper, Ashley Mayu, along with the Daily Racing Form and Bill McGurr's Morning Line, all siding with number 2, Big Black Storm, as their top call in the 1st race. But because of the clause of non-winners of 1 race in 2020 so far, and a bunch of other reasons that I just recited, I'm staying resolutely with fill in the blank as my top call in the 1st race. Love That Loot, we'll see what game he brings today with the blinkers off, so there's a major question mark and storyline in the 1st race of just how Love That Loot will react to this class relief performance in the 1st race. On to race 2 for a 1.16 miles on the turf course. And I'm going 3, 6, and 7 in this spot. Fine Lady takes the half price reduction. Want to give a little shout out to the owner, Ron Gearkink, from a past life in the Woodbine press box. So Ron, I know you'll be watching today. We want to wish you and all of the connections the best of luck in the second race and on today's program. Maybe Fine Lady, after going 0 for 10 lifetime so far, has found a field she can beat here in race 2 at Fort Erie. Not a unanimous choice, though. Our track handicapper Ashley Mayu landed on number 4, Vin Pearl Valentine, the daily racing form, with 6, Sugar Me Sweet on the top of the ticket. Myself and Bill McGurr from Equibase.com both going with Fine Lady on the basis of the massive class reduction in race 2. Race 2 starts the early 20-cent pick 4. In the third race, returning to the main track for 6 furlongs of action, the claiming field, and I landed on 5, 1, and 4. Silent Charity takes an amazing amount of class relief here, all the way down, plummeting to the 4,500 level, so it would appear to be now or never for Silent Charity on the basis of the second start for the highly successful Julie Mathis operation. Kirk Johnson, they teamed up for winner yesterday, of course. This trainer-jockey combination could be an overwhelming favorite there, Silent Charity, in race 3. The top call of Ashley Mayu, the daily racing form, and Bill McGurr, our morning line man, the track clocker and chart caller from Equibase.com. Everybody landing on 5. Silent Charity is the one to beat in race 3 on the massive class relief angle. Out of the fourth race, a vet scratch of number 1, Sleek Idea. A mile on the turf. Love these races here in Fort Erie on the turf at a flat mile. And I'm going 6-2, make it 6, 7, and 3 in this spot. Now this is the handicapping angle I just alluded to that brought me to a $29 winner recently by the name of Bakersfield. Well, here you get a first-time starter for Josh Robillard and owner Jeff Voice. That was the connections of recent $29 winner Bakersfield. I don't think Sinar is going to bring that kind of price, although this horse is morning lined at 8-1. Ashley Mayu and Bill McGurr's morning line both landed quite logically on number 3, Leonard's Bay. But if recent history repeats and Josh Robillard has another first-time start winner here, it could be Sinar with Helen Vanek hired back, so you may reasonably expect a strong front-end effort attempt out of the gate with Helen Vanek back on board firster for Josh Robillard and new owner Jeff Voice. In race 5, returning to the main track for 5.5 furlongs of competition, and I'm going 2, 1, and 5. Darling Daher is in obvious sharp current form with a succession of top 3 finishes, including a couple of recent wins, and the last win, in fact, was for a price tag higher than today's, and it was a very strong battling winner. Kevin Buttigieg having another rock-solid year here in the trainer ranks at Fort Erie Racetrack. The daily racing form landed on number 3, Chairman's Venom, who hasn't been quite as good in recent front-end attempts. And the morning line goes with 2-1. Morning line choice documented for Rich Davis and Howard Newell out of post 1. I'm going to stay with Ashley on this one and go with 2, Darling Daher, on the strong current form basis in race 5, which will start this program's late 20-cent pick 4. On to the 6th race, the claiming field at 7 furlongs on the turf course. 2, 9, and 5 will be my top 3. Going a bit of a price shopping mission here on the basis of a trainer claim angle. Sharon Chicato reached in with $6,000 of her own money last start to claim Blondie Likes to Dance, number 2, who was a well-timed winner. Juan Crawford retains the mount. I'm alone in that opinion, though. Ashley and the daily racing form both landing on strong turf performer Jack's Memory, who will be held in reserve with a late run here, no doubt, as he did back in those wins in June and July here at Fort Erie Racetrack. The morning line landed on the whopping class dropper Diamond and Simon. That's a logical choice in my view. And if you don't like Blondie Likes to Dance on the trainer claim angle, I think next best can be Diamond and Simon, who takes 5-2 morning line respect for the Dylan Clark and Emil Ramsamy connections. Nice race shaping up here in the 6th, and lots of ways to go with probable good prices offered for your top selection there. On to the 7th race, where there is a Stewart scratch of 7 Capture Your Heart, 5.5 on the main track. And the crowd goes wild. Number 4, my top call, as I go 4-8-1 in this situation. Calling again on the rock-solid combination of Nick Mullaney Jr. and rider Helen Vanek here. And the crowd goes wild. Obvious, sharp current form. Just missed last time to a strong and well-meant winner by the name of Orphan Queen. And there's no Orphan Queen in this race for And the Crowd Goes Wild, so that's my top call in the 7th race. Ashley and Bill McGurr's morning line both landed on recent winner Rosie Jewel Dancer out of post 8, and the daily racing form is on 6-1 morning line offering, Truly Honored in the 3 post for the combination of trainer Josh Robillard and rider Pierre Mailhot. Lots of good prices awaiting there, whichever way you choose to go. In that 7th race, I'm looking for a breakout win that number 4, And the Crowd Goes Wild, may be sitting on here in the 7th race. The 8th and final race, with a jackpot high 5 carryover of $116,000 plus, total pool anticipated to be north of $150,000 based on the $39,000 advance in the pool yesterday for the carryover. And in this spot, for the 8th race, I'm going 4, 1, and 2, Awesome Miner. Recent sharp winner back in early July, later in July, a solid runner-up finish. So Awesome Miner for the Mickey Neubauer and Melanie Pinto combination. They, at various sample times, have been winning north of 50% of their starts. I'll take that kind of trainer and jockey percentage at any time in my career. So Awesome Miner is going to be the top call of myself and of many here in the 8th race. If for any reason Awesome Miner doesn't get the job done, you may look at horses like number 1, Charlie's Game, recent top 3 finishes abounding there, and number 8, Cape Desiderato, who is 10-1 in the morning line, getting some respect there from the daily racing form and track handicapper Ashley Mayu. And all told, a very entertaining program straight ahead, and lots of jackpot high 5 carryover money up for grabs in that 8th race. We look forward to the insights and handicapping selections of our colleague and track handicapper Ashley Mayu throughout the afternoon. Good luck, everybody. 18 minutes to first race post time at 1:10 from Fort Erie Racetrack. In the Fort Erie first race, number 3, Love That Loot, races with inserts. In the first race, 3, Love That Loot, racing with inserts. Horses for the first race now moving into the walking ring. 7 minutes to post time. In the first race, and no show wagering. Riders up is the call. They're on their way out for the first race in Fort Erie. Welcome, everyone, online and across the world, watching for the Tuesday afternoon program from Fort Erie Racetrack about to unfold. Here is your first race post-parade. Fill in the blank 1, Chris Husbands to ride, trained by Des Maynard for Bushlot Farm. Big Black Storm is number 2, conditioned by Sylvain Pillon for Malta Manors Stables and In the Irons, Larry Munoz. Love That Lude, number 3, races with inserts. Trained by Daryl Ezra for Michelle Olson and Julia Ezra and Juan Crawford, hired to ride. Juan Crawford, replacement rider on Love That Lude. 4 is Point Man with Sunny Singh aboard for Satrahan Singh. Number 5 was a steward scratch. On the first race, Win in Place, Exacta and Trifecta with Daily Double and 20-cent rolling pick 3. The starting gate has taken position at the 5 furlong point for the first race. The riders now requested to bring their horses up to the gate. On the first race, there's Win in Place, Exacta, Trifecta, and daily double wagers, along with the first 20-cent pick 3 of the program. No show and no superfecta on the first race, but all other wagering available. Time running out as the horses are moving up to the gate. Fill in the blank, taking position in the gate. Hovering 6 to 5, even money, tepid favorite. Co-second choice, Big Black Storm. Point Man is going to go off longest on the board. Love That Loot is last in. Stand by for a start. They're at the post in Fort Erie. And they're off for the 21st program of the 2020 campaign at Fort Erie Racetrack. Fill in the blank has won the break. Love That Loot is going to run right up near the pace. Big Black Storm will be attending pocketed up, and fourth on the outside, but only a length away, is Point Man. So they've teamed up 2 by 2 to go into the turn, and on the outside, Love That Loot is going stride for stride with Fill in the Blank. Right there, a close and bang up third is Big Black Storm. 2 more lengths back to Point Man, now laying off in the turn from fourth. The opening quarter was in a spirited enough 23 seconds. Coming to the top of the stretch, Big Black Storm wrestling away the lead from Fill in the Blank. And it's Love That Loot taking the lead at head stretch. Big Black Storm fanned out wide, looked threatening, but is backed away. Love That Loot ran on the outside in the turn, and Love That Loot is returning with a big winning effort. Love That Loot on the outside, wins it by close to 3. Fill in the blank, settling for second. Then back to Big Black Storm and Point Man last to finish. Love That Loot and Juan Crawford and Darrell Ezra team up in the first in a snappy 58 seconds. 3124 is posted from the first race. 3124. Race times recap. 23 seconds. The half in 46. The 5 furlongs in 58 seconds flat for Love That Loot. Racing for Julia and Daryl Ezra and Michelle Olsen. Love That Loot with Juan Crawford aboard. Blinkers off. Inserts in. Juan Crawford aboard. 58 seconds for the 5 furlongs for Love That Loot. Back in a big way on the class drop in the first race for his 10th career win in just 33 starts. $550 to win, $290 to place on Love That Loot. Fill in the blank, $240. There was no show wagering. The exact at $950. The trifecta 3, 1, and 2, $1240 from the Fort Erie first race. Become a member of HPIBet.com. You will get $100 when you bet $100. Your membership includes enrollment in the HPI Bet Rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world, and you can wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free today at HPIBet.com. In race 2, jockey change on 1 Wilco's Luck to Pierre Mailhot. 2 Terravilla, rider change is to Chris Husbands. Terravilla will carry 118 pounds. Race 2 is the start of the early 20-cent pick 4. Starts a rolling pick 3 and daily double, and there's superfecta, trifecta exacta, win place and show wagering. 17 minutes to post time to race 2 from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 2 is a $4,500 maiden claiming event for fillies and mares, set to go a mile and a 16th over the turf. My top pick is 6-1 morning line, and that's the number 4, Vin Pearl Valentine. Last time out, this one disappointed, was outdistanced against Maiden Special Weight Company. But I thought that first race this year over the turf course, going 7 furlongs, was a really solid effort. You see that this one made up ground late to finish third, beaten by 3 lengths. Looks like she needs more ground. I think she's going to improve here as long as she can rebound from that disappointing performance here last month. And for me, she offers value, especially at 6-1 morning line. She's dropping in for the lowest tag of her career, so I think she has a big chance. I'll also look to the 3, Fine Lady, who has only hit the board once so far this season. That was 2 starts back against $7,000 maiden claimers up at Woodbine. And it was a respectable effort, but it was pretty even. Kind of was sitting in 3rd or 4th throughout, was beaten by 3 1/4. Now this one on the turf has yet to hit the board in 3 starts, but does have some good performances over the Tapeta, and this one too will be in for the lowest tag of her career. Finally, I look to the 6, Sugar Me Sweet. 3 out of 5 in the money here over the turf course. Most recently was second over the dirt, just beaten by half a length, and prior to that was second on the turf at 5 furlongs. Now, she's typically not raced at this distance on the turf, but she does have a start at the mile and a 16th. That was last July of 2019. She faced $6,000 claimers. She found the lead late, but just missed in the end by a length and a quarter and finished 3rd. So I'll give her a chance. I'm not convinced that she wants to go this far. I think this might be a little too far for her based on some of her 7 furlong performances where she tired, but she's definitely one you have to consider in this spot.
The race 2 horses have moved into the walking ring. 5 minutes to post. The riders are going up. They're on their way out for race 2. Here's the race 2 post parade from Fort Erie Racetrack. Wilco's Luck number 1. Rider change to Pierre Mailhot, trained by Stephen Cathcart for Pan Am Stable. Pierre Mailhot rides 1 Wilco's Luck. To Terra Vila, jockey change to Chris Husbands, trained by Joe Humber for Terra Horse Farm. Terra Vila will carry 118 pounds. Chris Husbands riding 2 Terra Vila. Fine Lady is number 3, trained by John LeBlanc Jr. for Ron Gearkink. And the rider is Melanie Pinto of 3, Fine Lady. Vin Pearl Valentine is number 4, campaigning for Daryl Husmatelli with Kirk Johnson up. Devin Johnson riding partner for Des Maynard and Chris Steve on 5, Classy Delight. Sugar Me Sweet, number 6, In the Irons, Juan Crawford, trained by Michael J. Blake for Ascot Stud. Completing the field is 7, Marvell, trained by Ravendra Raghunath for owner Sheila Mohan. Hired back to ride is Markley Buchanan. Mile and 16th on the turf course, the filly and mare maiden claiming field of race 2 starts the early 20-cent pick 4. Starts a rolling pick 3 and double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta, Exacta, Win Place and Show on race 2 coming up from Fort Erie. The horses begin to file onto the turf course for race 2. Now the starting gate is being wheeled into position at the mile and 16th point. They've reached the gate, readying to go in. Time running out for all race 2 wagers and the early 20-cent pick 4. Long shots Wilco's Luck and Terravila are first into the gate. Breaking through the gate was Fine Lady. Fine Lady has broken through the gate. Great job by Melanie Pinto to get her quieted down right over at the fence for a prompt reloading attempt. And in the meantime, Vinburl Valentine steps in. Fine Lady calmly back around and into position. Well done. Classy Delight offered at 4-1. Marvell at 5-1. Just waiting on gate 6. Sugar Me Sweet. Stand by for a start. They're at the post, race 2, and they're off. And all came out in a pretty good line there. A little bit extra wide was Marvell from the extreme outside. Sugar Me Sweet bounds out to take the lead. Classy Delight, an early pace factor. And coming right through is Wilco's Luck, aggressively tugging on through to be right up on the pace there. 2 more lengths to Terravila, and then the last pair of Fine Lady and Vin Pearl Valentine on the outside. As they move into the turn, Sugar Me Sweet was quickly out front, being passed now, though, by Classy Delight. And it's Classy Delight to take over tempo setting honors as they go midway in the turn and make their way to the Fort Erie backstretch. It's Classy Delight out front by 2. Sugar Me Sweet along in second. Marvell running wide and up into the front trio. Wilco's Luck now back and forth. Vin Pearl Valentine has made it up to 5th. On the outside of the gray, Terravila. And last in the group, but being wheeled out for clear air, Fine Lady is going to start a backstretch run. Classy Delight is out on the lead. The halftime speed 49-4 after a front quarter of 24-1. Going to the last turn, it's Classy Delight. Marvell. More progress to make it up to second. On the outside, Vin Pearl Valentine has passed Sugar Me Sweet into third. Fine Lady is still coming with more run on that final turn. She's now up into the front 4. Wilco's Luck has tired. Terravila, a non-factor at head stretch. Marvell is coming to try and tackle Classy Delight at head stretch. Then Vin Pearl Valentine and Fine Lady out on the grandstand side after 3 quarters in 1:15-4. And anybody's race here of this front 4. Fine Lady out on the grandstand side is still coming. It's Fine Lady timing the late move to haul down Marvell. Fine Lady started from last, and in the end, a 4-5 prevailing favorite. Great performance by Fine Lady. She caught Marvell and then back to Classy Delight. Staying for 4th was Vin Pearl Valentine as Fine Lady wins race 2 at the mile and 16th on the turf, 1:50-2. Three, 7, 5, and 4 is posted from race 2. Race times recap 24-1, 49-4. 3 quarters 1:15-4. The mile rating 1:43-2, and the turf mile and 16th accomplished in 1:50-2. Fine Lady when posted official. Back to the race 2 winner's photograph in Fort Erie is Fine Lady. 4-year-old Bay Filly by Court Vision from Moonlit Beauty by Perry G. Moon, bred in Ontario by William Geerkink, owned by Ron Geerkink, trained by John LeBlanc Jr. Meet leading rider Melanie Pinto executes the last to first riding victory, her 22nd on the meet. Fine Lady's first career win, it was a memorable one at 1 mile and 16th on the Fort Erie turf course. In 1:50.2 when made official. Off is the 4-5 favorite Fine Lady, 380 on the win ticket, 270 and 220. Marvell, 550 and 390. Classy Delight, 320. The Exacta, 1870. The Trifecta, 49.50. The dollar Superfecta of 375 and 4, $49.30. And the program's first rolling double of 3 and 3, $10.50. Fort Erie's live racing schedule every Monday and Tuesday coming to you at 1:10 p.m. first post, with the pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. That's our racing schedule. Now we're into the final half of the 2020 meet through to October 13th, with Monday and Tuesday first post at 1:10 p.m. on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern from Fort Erie Racetrack. In the third race, 3 Diamonds in Her Eyes, races 1 pound over. For Stella Terra, rider change to Chris Husbands. Stella Terry will carry 118 pounds. Race 3 is the start of a rolling pick 3 and double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win place and show wagers on race 3 from Fort Erie, 16 minutes to post.
Race 3 is a 6 furlong dirt event for fillies and mares. Non-winners the 2 lifetime. And my top pick is the number 5 Silent Charity, the 7-5 morning line favorite. This one exits a 6th place finish over the turf, but faced allowance level non-winners the 2 life. So she's taking a significant drop in class and she's getting it onto the dirt for the first time. Something to note, her trainer wins at 30% on the turf to dirt switch. So I just think the class relief and the surface might be enough to find her back in the front early on. And knowing that on the dirt should really help her. The number 1 Kinzu is always kind of knocking on the door of the win. 8 starts over the dirt course here, 6 seconds and a third. So she's definitely one you have to consider. I mean, she could win just based on her record alone. She's constantly not having enough late to get the job done, so I'll use her for second. She enters this race off 3 consecutive second place finishes, with the most recent being over the turf, going 5 furlongs. The number 2, Ready and Willing, was 4th last time out, will end for a $7,000 tag, so was taking a drop down in class. Thought the effort prior to that was a nice second place finish behind Beau's Beauty, was beaten by less than 3 lengths in the end. So she does have some good performances. When she broke her maiden here last year, it was going 5.5. She was able to be forwardly placed. I think she'll be close to the front early on, and definitely can see her hanging around for a share. 9-2 morning line, if she's at that price, I'd maybe even bump her up and try to get her home for second.
They're on their way to the track for the third race. Kinzua to lead out the race 3 post parade from Fort Erie. Owned and trained by Rich Davis. Hired to ride, Howard Newell. Ready and Willing, number 2, conditioned by Paulo Loescher for owner Les Ham, and in the irons, Pierre Mailhot. Diamonds in Her Eyes, number 3, trained by Rich Davis for Natural 8 and JB Wright Racing Stables with Sunny Singh aboard. For Stella Terra, trained by Joe Humber for Terra Horse Farm, in the irons, Chris Husbands. Chris Husbands' rider change on 4 Stella Terra will carry 118 pounds. 5 Silent Charity to complete the field with Kirk Johnson up. Now trained by Julie Mathis for Joey G Thoroughbreds. They'll run 6 furlongs on the main track. Start of a rolling pick 3 and rolling daily double. They're Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show Wagers. The third coming up from Fort Erie Racetrack. Riders now under instruction to take their horses back into the chute to the 6 furlong starting point for race 3. Now the starting gate wheeled into position at the 6 furlong point for race 3. Now they're moving up to the gate. Time running out for race 3 wagers. Five to one offering Ready and Willing first in. 8 to 1 on Diamonds in Her Eyes. Fields long shot Stella Terra. Favored Silent Charity. And just the one gate to go. Kinzua steps in. Stand by for a start. Race 3 at the post. They're off. Silent Charity was just a step slowly away. Stella Terra looks to win the break. Kinzua is out fast along the inside. Ready and Willing and Diamonds in Her Eyes are joining. And Silent Charity, the post-time favorite, just 2 lengths off and floated up in the clear path on the extreme outside. Surging to the lead is Diamonds in Her Eyes, going a pretty big early tempo here. Kinzua along second, then Ready and Willing. Running up wide is Silent Charity on the flank of Stella Terra. They'll move into the turn. The top end target is Diamonds in Her Eyes, cut loose to lead it. Kinzua taking a good trip. Ready and Willing, no more advance yet. On the outside from third, and then Stella Terra. Silent Charity has a lot of work to do and not much time to do it. Diamonds in Her Eyes will turn first with the lead after making speed of 22-4 and 46-4 there in the stretch. Diamonds in Her Eyes, and Sunny Singh tries to squeeze a Fort Erie stretch drive out of Diamonds in Her Eyes. Kinzua second. Here comes Stella Terra down in on the fence. She's third. Then back to Ready and Willing. Not today for Silent Charity. Diamonds in Her Eyes. One last push, Kinzera, and on the fence, Stella Terra. Stella Terra was driving in. Diamonds in Her Eyes, brave and game to the finish. That's a win photo. And then Kinzua and Ready and Willing. Silent Charity, the favorite, was last to finish. And a win photo ends race 3 in 1:14-1. Longest on the board is posted first, Stella Terra at 15-1. Diamonds in Her Eyes posted second. 1 Kinzua and 2 Ready and Willing, unofficially 4-3-1-2. Race times review 22 and 4, the half 46 and 4. And the 6 furlongs 114 1/5, Stella Terra at 15-1. That's still unofficial. Back to the winner's photograph is for Stella Terra. Gray Orone, 3-year-old filly by Organ Grinder from Stella's Song by Estevan. Ownership retained by Ontario breeder Terra Horse Farm, trained by Joe Humber. Chris Husbands jumps up for the mount, comes back a $32 plus winner with Stella Terra. $32.40 on the win ticket. Stella Terra off at 15-1, $10.60 to place, $7.30 to show. Diamonds in Her Eyes, $6.90, $4.70. Kinzua, $2.30. The Exacta, $133.70. The Trifecta, $418.90. The Dollar Superfecta, 4-3-1 and 2, $434.65. Rolling Daily Double, $122.10. And the program's first Rolling Pick 3, $117.70. Now on display, the win photo of race 3, showing number 4, Stella Terra, on the inside, winning by close to a head from number 3, Diamonds in Her Eyes. 4/3 in the win photograph, now posted from race 3. We had a claim from the third race. Number 5, Silent Charity, was claimed by Michael Bellissimo, going to new trainer Vince Bellissimo. Michael Bellissimo claims Silent Charity for $4,500. From race 3, going to new trainer Vince Bellissimo. The fourth race is next in Fort Erie, where number 1, Sleek Idea, is a vet scratch. Turf Mile in the fourth race, offering the start of the program's 20-cent Pick 5. Starts a rolling Pick 3 and double, and there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win, place, and show opportunities. Race 4 coming up from Fort Erie in 16 minutes. Trainer Vince Bellissimo, please report to the paddock immediately. Trainer Vince Bellissimo, please report to the paddock immediately.
Race 4 is a $4,500 claiming event on the turf at a mile, and this will kick off our 20-cent pick 5. Thought this was an interesting field. I like the number 3, Leonard's Bay, who last time out was 4th while facing $7,500 claimers on the Tapeta up at Woodbine. Prior to that was 2nd while in for a $9,500 tag. Kind of looking at his performances, he's only 1 for 5 in the money over the turf course, but this is obviously the lowest tag of his career. And he comes from off the pace, so I think if there's a decent enough early half, you'll see him start to make his move and should probably like this 2-turn 1 mile distance. Another one to consider though is the 6, Cinar, who I think the connections are very enticing here. They've had a winner already this meet that paid $29.40 to win, and if I'm not mistaken, that's a horse by the name of Bakersfield, who looked really live on paper, floated up in odds, and got a great price on him if you had a bet on him that day. Looking at this one, was 2nd last time out, going 7 furlongs over the turf, while in for an $8,000 tag. That was just his first start this year. So once again, I think 2nd time off the layoff is something always to consider as an angle when handicapping. And him at Fort Erie, I mean, he really likes it here. He's 3 for 5 in the money. You can see Helen Vanek's climbing aboard again. His buyer number came really nice out of that race. It was a 65, which would definitely put him in the mix for the win. And if he can be anywhere near the morning line price, I think that's kind of a gift, and that he could be very sneaky in here. Finally, I'll look to the number 7, Divine Me. 2nd last time out, was only facing $3,000 claimers on the turf. That was going 7 furlongs. He was making up some ground late, so now I figure maybe he will like the extra 1/8 of a mile. Now, I will say my only reservation about him is that was his only on-the-board turf finish here at Fort Erie in his career. In his other 3 attempts, he's missed the board. But, maybe they've gotten things figured out on him. I'm not sure. But I think he still looks capable of a minor share in this spot.
Horses for the fourth race have moved into the walking ring. The riders are going up for the fourth race. Field of the fourth race post-parading. Number 1 was Yvette Scratch. 2 is Marriage Counselor, trained by Daryl DeRusso for owner James Schler. And in the irons, it's Kirk Johnson. Carl DeFreitas, hired to ride by Alex McPherson and P413 Racing on 3 Leonard's Bay. Cordero is number 4, conditioned by Sylvain Pion for Terry Pion. The jockey is Larry Munoz. Polo Loescher conditioning for Robert Simonek and Juan Crawford in the saddle of 5 World of Prospects. Helen Vanek gets the call by Josh Robillard and Jeff Voice on 6 Sinar. Divine Ami is number 7. Trained by Daryl Ezra for Crazy 8 Stables. Aboard is Sunny Singh. And the 8 is Trumpet Man, racing for Dylan and Ann Clark with Melanie Pinto in the saddle. The claiming field to run a turf mile in the fourth race. Start of this program's 20-cent pick 5. The 20-cent pick 5 starts here on race 4. There's also rolling pick 3 and daily double. And superfecta, trifecta exacta, win place and show opportunities on the 4th coming up from Fort Erie. The horses begin to file onto the turf course for race 4. Now the starting gate is being wheeled onto the turf course at the 1 mile point. Time running out for the 20-cent pick 5 and all 4th race wagers. Horses begin to make their way up to the gate. Offered at 3-1, Marriage Counselor is first in. Five to 2 Respect on Leonard's Bay. Cordero. World of Prospects. 4 in and 3 to go. Sinar at 5 to 2 among the co-favorites. Divine Me is priced at 7 to 1. Just 1 to go. Trumpet Man Long Shot completes the line. Stand by for a start. They're off in the 4th. Longshot Trumpet Man came out fast. So did Sinar Cordero along the inside. World of Prospects and Marriage Counselor. Second to last was Divine Ami. Leonard's Bay will be the early trailer. And in between horses, it's Cordero. Cordero up to show a scant lead. Running out wide there is the Longshot Trumpet Man, and in on the fence, Marriage Counselor drills on through. World of Prospects reestablishes fourth. Sinar floated up on the outside in the front five ahead of Divine Ami, and 3 more lengths shuffled out to last was Leonard's Bay. So they're over to the backstretch after a pretty hotly contested front quarter of 24-1. Marriage Counselor bounding along on the lead on Cordero. And forced out wide has been Trumpet Man, with the Blue Silks of World of Prospects along the inside in there from fourth. Leonard's Bay looking to improve. Sinar is up into the front five suddenly ahead of Divine Ami. Leonard's Bay has dropped back again to the rear of the field. So Marriage Counselor holds sway on Longshot Trumpet Man. Cordero right there third, then World of Prospects. And Sinar has asked for more run from into the front five ahead of Divine Ami. And the trailer is Leonard's Bay. Holding sway to head stretch all the way has been Marriage Counselor. Marriage Counselor will be the first one to turn. World of Prospects cut loose on the grandstand side, and so is Sinar out wide of what's widest of all. It's World of Prospects coming on for the late stretch lead after middle speed of one, make it 48-4 and 14-3. World of Prospects is up to win, just catching Marriage Counselor. Sinar was third, and Divine Ami settling for fourth. World of Prospects in the fourth was off at 5-1 to win in 140-2. Five, 2, 6, and 7 posted the unofficial superfecta of race 4. 5, 2, 6, and 7. Race times recap 24-1. The half in 48-4. 6 furlongs in 114-3. And the turf mile 140-2. World of Prospects unofficial from race 4. There is World of Prospects returning from the fourth race. Eight-year-old Bay Gelding by Box Office Event from Eva's World by Bernstein. Bred in Ontario by Castle Peak Farm. Trained by Paula Loescher for owner Robert Simonik. Juan Crawford for the winning ride. World of Prospects breaking through for his first win in 4 trips this year, and was first to run the turf mile in 1:40 and 2 when posted official. Off at 5-1, World of Prospects kicks back 12.40 on the win ticket. $6 and $3.50 across. Marriage Counselor $6.20 and $3.70. Sonar $3.60 to show. The exact of $58.90. The trifecta $230.50. The dollar superfecta 5, 2, 6, and 7 $470.40. The rolling daily double $340.70. The pick 3 ended on race 4 $411.60. FortErieRacing.com is always available to serve you for the live stream, the replays, the racing schedule. Ashley Mayhew's free tip sheet under the betting tab, racing statistics, and much more. And now it's all live in high definition. Watch live in HD our live stream or all things Fort Erie Racetrack, FortErieRacing.com. No changes in race 5. Race 5 will go as programmed. It's the start of the late 20-cent pick 4, 16 minutes to post time.
Race spot kicks off the late pick 4. It's a claiming event for non-winners of 3 lifetime in for a $4,500 tag. This will be over the dirt at 5.5 furlongs. My top pick is the number 2, Darling to Her, who disappointed last time out as the heavy favorite, was beaten by 6 lengths, finishing 3rd, but she's yet to miss the board in her career. In her other performance here at Fort Erie, she actually won on the turf at the 5 furlong distance, and she was able to stalk early on, make a late move, and draw clear by 2 lengths. I was really impressed with that effort. It looked really easy for her. But last time out, there are some questions around her. 5-2 morning line. I still think she might go off as the favorite in here. And even though she doesn't have any published works, the connections are always hard to ignore, and they definitely have their horses ready to roll. The number 1, Documented, was second last time out, beaten by a neck, was making up some ground at that 5 furlong distance on the dirt, but just could not get to Crumlin Express. Not enough time to do so. I used this one underneath just based on her record here at Fort Erie. She's had 8 starts, just that 1 win, and then 3 other minor shares. I definitely think in here, it wouldn't be surprising to see her win. I thought the 3 horses to the inside were the most likely winners. But just based on her other performances this year, she really hasn't shown much. So yes, she's coming into this race off her best effort so far, but she could improve or she could rebound. The number 3, Chairman's Venom, disappointed last time out, but that was against allowance level non-winners of 3 lifetime. Now dropping down for a $4,500 tag, that could certainly make a difference. And I think another problem that day is she really broke poorly out of the gate. In her prior starts to that, she broke her maiden 3 starts back, and then 2 starts back, she won right away, first time facing winners. And in both of those races, she was sharp out of the gate, drew clear early on, and stayed out front. So if she's able to do that again today, she could be extremely tough because she is quite quick.
Riders go up and they're on their way to step out to the track for race 5. Documented to lead the race 5 post parade in Fort Erie. Trained by Rich Davis for owner Bill McGowan. Hired to ride Howard Newell. 2 is Darling Daher, competing for owner trainer Kevin Buttigieg with Melanie Pinto up. Chairman's Venom number 3, trained by Joe Humber for Joy Elkins, and in the irons, that's Pierre Mailhot. Court Time is number 4, owned and trained by Randy Thompson, co-owned by John McMullen, partnered by Juan Crawford. Awesome Drill completes this field. Trained by Michael J. Blake for Ascot Stud. Hired to ride is Kirk Johnson. The claiming field of race 5 to run 5.5 furlongs on the main track in the start of the late 20-cent pick 4. Starts rolling pick 3. There's Superfecta rolling double with Trifecta Exacta win place and show on race 5 coming right up from Fort Erie. Starting gate being wheeled into position at the 5.5 furlong point for race 5 in Fort Erie. Your attention, we have a post-time scratch by order of the on-track veterinarian from race 5, number 3, Chairman's Venom, will not go. By order of the on-track veterinarian, post-time scratch of 3, Chairman's Venom, will be a refund or exchange of race 5 tickets involving 3, Chairman's Venom, a post-time scratch. Wagering open a short while longer on race 5, post-time scratch of 3, Chairman's Venom. Number 3 now removed from the wagering cycle. Still time to adjust your race 5 tickets in view of the post-time scratch of number 3, Chairman's Venom. Race 5 field now asked to approach the gate. Second choice documented goes first in. Favorite Darling Daher. Seven to 2 offering, court time. 12 to 1 for Awesome Drill. Stand by for a start. Race 5 is at the post. They're off. They came out in a really good line there. Right along the inside is documented with Darling Daher, and Awesome Drill is up to join that early front end fracas in the 3-wide backstretch vanguard. And 2 more lengths back to the early trailer, who is Court Time. They run 3 across there, documented, Darling Daher and Awesome Drill. Awesome Drill drops back by a length now, in behind the dueling leaders. So it's the inside pair, documented, and Darling Daher going at it unabated into the turn. 3 more lengths to Awesome Drill and another 3 to Court Time, laying off the speed. Darling Daher, Documented. Neither one is blinking or giving an inch. As they ready for the run inside the quarter pole, they were dueling through a front quarter of 23 seconds flat. Darling Daher on the outside needed a little straightening out off the turn there, got first run and has a short lead. Documented is just not going away. Darling Daher and Documented with little to choose. Darling Daher, Melanie Pinto not riding much and edging away to win. Darling Daher proves best in the end. Documented fought the good fight, was second best. Court time was third. Awesome Drill last to finish. As Darling Daher is in the end a prevailing even money favorite in race 5. Two, 1, 4, and 5 posted from race 5. Race times recap 23 seconds. The half in 46 and 2. And they ran 5.5 furlongs in 106 and 2. Darling Daher, unofficial. And the strong current form consistency continues for Darling Daher, back to pose again at Fort Erie. The 4-year-old bay filly by Daher from Debbie Sports Car by Gold Tribute, bred in Kentucky by Patricia Bisang, owned and trained by Kevin Buttigieg, and another multiple win program in the summer of 2020 for meet leading rider Melanie Pinto. Darling Daher runs the 5.5 furlongs in 106 and 2. Darling Daher kicks back 410, 220, and 210 across. Documented 230 and 210. Court time 210. The exact to $5. The trifecta $6.40. The superfecta kicks back $3.10. 2, 1, 4, and 5. Because of the post-time scratch, there was a consolation double of 5 and 3, $11.80. The regular daily double of 5 and 2, $31.80. The rolling pick 3, $316 and a nickel. The early pick 4, $1,007.95. Be sure to catch our weekly highlights and replay show. It's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on Your TV Niagara. Your TV Niagara found at Cogeco Cable Channel 700 in Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, Fonthill and Welland, and the entire Niagara region. It's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on Your TV Niagara, local cable channel 700. In the sixth race, rider change on one Kate's Whistle, make it Melanie Pinto. Melanie Pinto rides one Kate's Whistle in the sixth race, kicking off this program's last rolling pick 3. Under 20 minutes to post time to race 6 in Fort Erie.
Race 6 is the $8,000 claiming event set to go 7 furlongs on the turf. Looking at this group of fillies and mares, I went to the number 5, Jack's Memory, as my top pick. Now, this one was very dull last time out. Finished 8th in a 10-horse race, beaten by 7 1/4. But prior to that, had 2 wins this season on the turf at the distance. Both of them were decisive wins, 3 1/4 lengths, and then most recently 5 3/4. Now, the interesting thing here, too, this one was claimed last time out for $6,000. Now joins the barn of Elliott Sullivan, who's 32% at the meet, and off the claim wins at 20%. So I see a lot of upside. Most recently raced on July 21st. Has had a couple weeks in the barn to get adjusted. So I wouldn't be shocked to see this one improve. And if this one can be anywhere close to the morning line, I think that's a ton of value. Now the number 9, Diamond and Simon, will likely be the favorite, 5-2 morning line. Comes into this race off a dull turf effort. It's going a mile at Belmont. It was an allowance level company. So obviously the class drop is very, very sharp here. Was facing New York breds most of the year so far. The best placing we saw was a 2nd place finish and then a 4th place finish. And if you notice those efforts, they were on the dirt at Aqueduct. This one was able to make the lead. Now, I'm not sure how quick she is, especially on the turf based on her record, because she's 0 for 2 in the money over the grass. But I think if she can kind of get to the front early on, she could definitely be tough. I know I said it's a steep drop in class, and she's worth a look based on that alone. But I still have some questions about her. These connections are based out of the Finger Lakes, so they have a dirt course there. They could have kept her against New York breds, but I think they're trying to see what she has on the turf, and that's why they're shipping this one up. So we'll see if she can kind of rebound and really step up here on the grass. Finally, the last horse I'll look to is the 3, It's Nice to Be Nice. This is my long shot in the race. Comes off a 3rd place finish at the distance against non-winners of 2 on the year. Was beaten by 4 lengths, but kind of look through the past performances. I mean, this year, besides that first effort on the dirt, really doesn't have that many bad races. I mean, has typically been getting a minor share, especially those turf races. I know this one has a 4th place finish on the dirt. Put a line through that. This one is typically getting those minor shares on the turf. 6 for 8 in the money, specifically at Fort Erie on the grass. And I think the way that this one races has been able to stalk early on and make ground up. So if something does happen on the front end, this one's going to offer some value and will be kind of sticking around for a share late.
The horses are making their way into the walking ring for race 6. Riders are going up. They're on their way to the track for race 6. Now introducing 6th race field on Post Parade. Kate's Whistle number 1, a rider change to Melanie Pinto for Marion Ralph Biamont. Melanie Pinto rides 1, Kate's Whistle. 2, Blondie Likes to Dance, campaigning for Sharon Chicato. Juan Crawford aboard. Next on the parade is Fleck, number 4, trained by Julie Mathis for Six Brothers Stable in the Irons. Kirk Johnson. Jack's Memory, number 5, now trained by Elliot Sullivan for Bruno Schickadans. Hired to ride is Chris Husbands. Romantic Bliss, number 6, races for Rockpile Stable, trainer Armand Concessi, and in the saddle, Sunny Singh. 7 is Glib Maryland, conditioned by Sharon Chicato for Even Stevens Stables. Brian Shane is up. Howard Newell, riding partner for Ron Davies on the 8, Gypsy Jazz. Diamond and Simon is number 9, trained by Dylan Clark for Matthew Clark. Riding partner is Emil Ramsamy. It's Nice to Be Nice, on the track to complete the field. Races for Nancy and Robert Warner with Pierre Mailhot. Mares claiming field for the 6th race. 7 furlongs on the turf course in the start of the program's last rolling pick 3. There's Daily Double, Superfecta, Trifecta Exact to win place and show opportunities. Race 6 coming right up from Fort Erie. Starting gate is taking position at the 7 furlong point, and the horses begin to file onto the turf course for race 6. The race 6 mares claiming field is all mated onto the turf course. Still time for the Final rolling pick 3 of the program wagers and all 6th race wagering. Riders under instruction to bring them up to the gate. Time running out for 6th race wagers. Long shot Kate's Whistle first in. Five to 1 offered on Blondie Likes to Dance. Nice to be nice, priced into the double digits. Recent turf winner Jack's Memory. Lone Gray in the field, Glib Maryland takes gate 7. Gypsy Jazz went in well. The outside gate for Diamond and Simon. Fleck has long shot status. Just 1 to go. Romantic Bliss is in. Stand by for a start, race 6. They're off. Good jump on the outside there for Gypsy Jazz. Gypsy Jazz has come out fast along the inside. Blondie Likes to Dance is just a little bit better. Jack's Memory is up near the pace. Romantic Bliss is up into the front 4, and Fleck has emerged into the front 5 on the inside flank of Glib Maryland. Diamond and Simon is third to last on the outside, just ahead of It's Nice to Be Nice, and the early trailer will be Kate's Whistle. Gypsy Jazz, the leader by almost 4 lengths over to the backstretch. It's Gypsy Jazz running up on the point. Along the inside, that's Blondie Likes to Dance. Jack's Memory is just on her outside, and Romantic Bliss is running 3 wide along the backstretch. Here comes Diamond and Simon chugging up into the front 5 on the extreme. Outside, then Glib Maryland. Kate's Whistle has gained a couple of positions. And the last pair are Fleck, and on the outside to the rear of the field, now running by her, was It's Nice to Be Nice. Gypsy Jazz sets all the pace on the way to the final turn. The speed has been 24-4 and 48-4 for Gypsy Jazz. About to be joined on the front end, though, by Blondie Likes to Dance, and they cut the corner for the payoff with the gray Glib Maryland. Out on the grandstand side, unleashing a stretch run. Glib Maryland is out widest. Making all of the tempo has been a game Gypsy Jazz, and Blondie Likes to Dance is trying to collar her. Gypsy Jazz is digging in. Gypsy Jazz at 7 to 1 wired the field to hold off Blondie Likes to Dance and Glib Maryland. And It's Nice to Be Nice had a late run to the inside of Kate's Whistle. Gypsy Jazz goes the route in the 6th race upset. 8273 is posted. From the 6th race, 8273. Running times recap 24 and 4, the half in 48 and 4. 6 furlongs, 114 and 4. And the turf 7 furlongs, 127 and 1. Gypsy Jazz when posted official. There's Gypsy Jazz returning from the 6th race in Fort Erie. The 7-year-old bay mare by Mass Track. From Walker's Beach by Dixieland Band. Bred in Ontario by Box Arrow Farm, giving owner and trainer Ron Davies a memorable first win of the 2020 campaign. Howard Newell executes the winning ride to perfection in gate-to-wire fashion with Gypsy Jazz, her 3rd career win and first in 6 trips this year, to run the Turf 7 furlongs in 127 and 1 when posted official. $16.20 on the 7-to-1 offering of Gypsy Jazz. $7.80 to place, $5.60 to show. Blondie Likes to Dance, $4.70 and $3.40. Glib Maryland, $3.70. The exact is $64.30. The $2 trifecta, $468 even. $1 superfecta of 8, 2, 7, and 3, $947.35. Rolling daily double of 2 and 8, $49.60. The pick 3 ended on race 6, $136.35. Now on display the place photograph from race 6, showing number 2, Blondie Likes to Dance, taking 2nd, over number 7, Glib Maryland. 2 over 7 in the place photo now on display. Out of the 7th race, number 7, Capture Your Heart, is a Steward Scratch. Steward Scratch of number 7, Capture Your Heart, from race 7. The 8, Rosie Jewel Dancer, races 2 pounds over. Race 7 kicks off the program's last rolling double. There will be Superfecta, Trifecta, Exacta, Win Place, and Show opportunities. Race 7 in 16 minutes from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 7 is the first half of the late double. It's a claiming event for fillies and mares on the dirt. Claiming price is $4,500. The morning line favorite is the number 8, Rosie Jewel Dancer, who disappointed last time out, was fourth, beaten by 15 3/4, a sizable margin. But look at the competition she faced. Not only was it Allowance Optional Claiming Company, but the winner was Pachamama, who's undefeated here this summer at Fort Erie and has kind of faced these class tests with ease. Second was Romantic Gizmo, another nice runner. And then the third place finisher, Liana Zoll. She's a nice horse in her own terms. She can race on the turf and the dirt, and, her connections have put her in good spots. So I think looking at this one on the class strap, you have to consider. And just look at the out for 2 starts back. She still faced a tough group, allowance level, 9 winners of 3 lifetime. Was able to inch her way to the front and draw clear by 3 lengths. Big buyer number of a 67. So if she's anywhere near the way she was that day, she looks to be the winner. But I will say she's going to have a rival in here, and that's going to be the number 4, and the crowd goes wild. This one's 5 for 6 in the money over the 40-year Durf course. Last time out was second, beaten by 3/4 of a length. And she found herself to kind of fit at this level best. Her other races were both tougher competition. She finished third and was well beaten in there. But I think at this level, this is where she should be racing, and she's done well. So definitely looks tough off that most recent performance. Finally, I'll go to the number 3, Truly Honored. Very disappointing last time out, but I put a line right through it. It was over the turf course, and this one wanted no part of it. And that's not shocking because going into that race, she was 0 for 3 on the grass. In her other 2 starts this year, she's finished second. At this level was one of them. It was over a muddy track, and she just missed by a nose behind Ritten, who was the pace setter. In the following start, you kind of look at that race against 9 winners of 2 on the year, and she just couldn't close the gap. Express Banking was much the best. So this one is still kind of intact as far as 4 for 4 in the money here at Fort Erie. I think she'll go 5 for 5 in the money. And at 6 to 1 morning line, I thought she offered more value than others, and I think a big reason for that is that most recent race was disappointing. But like I said, it was over the turf, so don't even look at it. Look at her dirt form, and I think there's enough there to make a solid case for her.
Riders up. They're on their way to the track for the 7th in Fort Erie. That's See My Moves #1, leading out the 7th race post parade. Michelle Rainford has the mount for owner trainer Scott Fairley. Crumlin Express #2, campaigning for Barbara Bailey with Howard Newell aboard. Truly Honored #3, trained by Josh Romillard for Krista Klemmer, partnered by Pierre Melhot. Nick Maloney Jr. training for CLE Booth. Helen Vanek in the saddle of 4, and the crowd goes wild. Sunny Singh partners 5 Ginger Candy. Sharon Chicotto conditions for Christina Roberts and Michael Coburn. Shamrockus is the 6. Owned by Shanti Raghunath, trained by Noel Williams in the irons. Kirk Johnson. #7 was a Stewart Scratch. The 8 is Rosie Jewel Dancer, conditioned by Ravendra Raghunath for Sheila Mohan, and the rider is Mark Lee Buchanan. The filly and mare claiming field to run 5.5 furlongs on the main track in the start of the program's last rolling double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta, Exacta, Win Place and Show Wagers, race 7 coming up from Fort Erie. Starting gate is taking position at the 5.5 furlong point for race 7. Your attention, a post-time scratch by order of the on-track veterinarian, number 2 Crumlin Express, will not go in the 7th. Post-time scratch of number 2 Crumlin Express by order of the on-track vet will be a refund or exchange of 7th race tickets involving 2 Crumlin Express, a post-time scratch, wagering open a short while longer on the Fort Erie 7th race. Number 2 now removed from the wagering cycle. Still time to wager and adjust your wagers on the 7th with the post-time scratch of 2 Crumlin Express. Making their way up to the gate for the 7th. They've reached the gate, readying to load. See My Moves and Michelle Rainford first into the gate, offered at 9-1. Truly Honored steps in at 9-2. Hovering at even money favoritism is And the Crowd Goes Wild. 3 in and 3 to go. There goes Ginger Candy. Another long shot, Shamruckus. Second choice, Rosie Jewel Dancer completes the line. Stand by for a start. Race 7 at the post in Fort Erie. They're off. And very late away was Sham Ruckus, missing the break. See My Moves out fast along the inside with Then the Crowd Goes Wild, and Rosie Jewel Denser is going to be running right up there with the leaders. 2 more lengths to Truly Honored. On the outside of Truly Honored is Ginger Candy, and the tardy breaking Sham Ruckus has done a good job to catch 5 rivals up in front of her. See My Moves and The Crowd Goes Wild. Rosie Jewel Dancer. They proceed as a troika onto the turn. It's about 3 more lengths back. Truly Honored runs along in 4th. Sham Ruckus gaining a position to the rear of the field. To the top of the stretch, nothing settled. See My Moves and The Crowd Goes Wild. Rosie Jewel Dancer. And coming into the front 4 is Truly Honored. 23 seconds and 46 and 2 was the speed there in the stretch. Rosie Jewel Dancer, the strong closer, and The Crowd Goes Wild surges to a late lead. And along the inside, Truly Honored is coming through with an mindset, and The Crowd Goes Wild. Truly Honored appeared to get the head bob right at the final buzzer over, and The Crowd Goes Wild. Rosie Jewel Dancer was 3rd. See My Moves settling for 4th. Truly Honored appeared to be up in time. Win photo 105 and 3. Three, 4, 8, and 1 posted unofficial. 3, 4, 8, 1. Race times recap: the quarter 23, 4 furlongs and 46 and 2. And the running time at 5.5 furlongs, 105 and 3. Truly Honored, unofficial. Truly Honored back for a victory photograph. The dark bay or brown 4-year-old. Filly by To Honor and Serve from Annabelle by Royal Academy. Bred in Kentucky by Green Lantern Stables. Trained by Josh Robillard for owner Krista Clemmer. And it was a just-in-time delivery by the mailman, Pierre Melhot, in the saddle to get Truly Honored first in the photo when posted official. Results now official, and Truly Honored off at 3-1, kicks back 870 to win. 350 to place, 210 to show. And the crowd goes wild, 280, 210. Rosie Jewel Dancer, 210. The exact is 1780. The trifecta, 2740. The dollar superfecta, 3, 4, 8, and 1, $25 and a quarter. There was a consolation double because of the post-time scratch of number 2 Kremlin Express, so that consolation double 1550, 8 and 2. The regular double of 8 and 3, $91.70. And the pick 3 ended on the 7th race, $106.20. Now on display, the win photo of race 7. 3 Truly Honored at the inside. By about a head over 4, and the crowd goes wild on the outside. 3 over 4. The win photo now on display from race 7 in Fort Erie. We had 2 claims from the 7th race. Number 3, Truly Honored, taken for $4,000 by new owner trainer Joe Humber. Joe Humber claims 3, Truly Honored, out of the 7th. Number 8, Rosie Jewel Dancer, claimed for $4,500 by Centennial Farms of Niagara, new trainer Cole Bennett. Centennial Farms of Niagara claiming Rosie Jewel Dancer number 8 for $4,500. Going to the shed row of new trainer Cole Bennett. The 8th race is next in Fort Erie. The jackpot high 5 on this event with a carryover pool $116,000 plus. Yesterday, the jackpot was not won, and the carryover pool advanced almost $40,000. So the jackpot high 5 carryover stands to approach $150,000 for the total pool on the 8th race. Out of the 8th race, 6 First Crusader, Stewart Scratch. Number 2, Twirling Wind, will race 6 pounds over and carry 119. 2, Twirling Wind, carries 119 pounds. 3, Forehead Fred, rider change to Howard Newell, and will race at 122 pounds. Stewart's Scratch of 6, First Crusader. 9, Jack Beanstalk, 4 pounds over, and will carry 122. The jackpot high 5 on the 8th, in addition to Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show, 15 minutes to the 8th race. Jackpot high 5 from Fort Erie.
Race 8 closes out the card. It's an allowance event. 4 non-winners of 2 lifetime. They'll go 5 furlongs over the turf, and I'm going to go with a price here on top. This horse is jumping up significant in class, but 10-1 morning line, I really like the number 8, Cape Desiderato. Last time out, he was in for that $4,500 claiming price in a 5 furlong turf event. Finished third, beaten by a length and a half, but I thought it was a really great effort considering we hadn't seen him since April 2019. I mean, it's a very sizable length of a layoff, and to have a nice performance like that where you're beaten by less than 2 lengths, I think that says a lot. And especially horses with an angle like this off such a long layoff making their second start, I think he definitely will show improvement today. The number 4, Awesome Miner, made his first start in over a year as well in July, and he ran a nice race. He was able to get to the front, shake clear, and draw off by 2 1/4 to break his maiden against Maiden Special Weight Company. Now, last time out, he was simply second best on the dirt. He really never closed the gap. You can see he was beaten by 7 lengths in the end, but he's a very well-bred colt. You can see he liked the turf. The connections are always red hot here, so a lot to like with him. I think he'll be very dangerous if he's able to get on the front end here and clear the field. But looking at some others in here, I wouldn't be surprised to see him face pressure early on, which is why I used him for second and landed on the 8 as my top pick, because he's going to close from off the pace. You can see it as races at Gulfstream. He's done that. So that's kind of what made me decide to go against Awesome Miner. Also, I have a feeling that Awesome Miner will be the post-time favorite. The number 2, Twirling Wind, is my third selection in here. This one will join a new barn that wins at 32% with new acquisitions, was previously trained by Michael Matz. This one raced in Maryland and did have a start at Gulfstream Park. But looking at this one's performances, obviously this year so far has been very disappointing, but has been facing tougher competition. And when this one broke the maiden, it was against maiden claimers 40,000. Was able to get to the front and shake clear and stay there, and just hung on to win by a nose, and that was going 5.5 furlongs at Laurel Park on the grass. So you can see that this one likes to sprint on the turf, but I still have some reservations just based on those 2 performances so far in 2020.
Horses are in the walking ring at Fort Erie for the Jackpot High 5 8th race. The call is riders up for the 8th. They're on their way to the track. Here is Charlie's Game leading the 8th race post-parade in Fort Erie, trained by Chris Jolene for owner Leah Ann Willette, and in the irons Piet Emile Halt. 2 is Twirling Wind. Sunny Singh is aboard for Kevin Buttigieg and owner Kevin Attard. 4 Head Fred, number 3, competing for Nicola Scott. Howard Newell in the saddle. Charles Fipke campaigning Awesome Miner 4, trained by Mickey Neubauer, with the mount to Melanie Pinto. Hot a Priority, number 5, campaigning for Satrahan Singh, Kirk Johnson aboard. Number 6, a Stewart Scratch. Fashion Flirt is number 7, races for Beverly Chubb with Juan Crawford. Cape Desiderato is number 8, owned by Bruno Schickadance, trained by Elliott Sullivan, and the jockey is Chris Husbands. Jack Beanstalk completes this field. Helen Vanek up for Des Maynard. The allowance field to run 5. The Jackpot High 5 carry over into this event over 100. The horses begin to file onto the turf course in preparation for the Jackpot High Five 8th in Fort Erie. Now the starting gate takes position at 5 furlongs on the turf course. Riders instructed to take their charges to the gate for the 8th race. Time running out for the Jackpot High Five and all 8th race wagers, readying to load. Four to one respect for Charlie's Game. First in. Twirling Wind is offered at 5 to 1. One of the biggest long shots of the meet earlier was Forehead Fred moving into gate 3. Long shot status again today. Even money favored Awesome Miner. Well into double digits is Hot a Priority. Fashion Flirt stepping in. Just 2 to go. Cape Desiderato. And in double digits, Jack Beanstalk. Stand by for a start. They're at the post for the 8th. They're off. Coming out well in the middle of the track is Awesome Miner, Twirling Wind, early speed along the inside. Fashion Flirt is joining the early front end fracas, and Charlie's Game right there along the inside. Hot a Priority spots just in behind the speed. Third from last on the outside is Cape Desiderato. That one flanked on the outside by Jack Beanstalk, and Forehead Fred is the backstretch trailer. They run over to the turn and they're battling 3 across still out on the point. That's Charlie's Game with the Take No Prisoners approach, flanked by Twirling Wind, and Awesome Miner is the widest one. Hot a Priority is right there. Fashion Flirt is rolling out widest. They're in the stretch after early speed of 23 seconds flat, and it's absolutely anybody's race. Who do you like? Awesome Miner in between horses. Down in on the fence. Coming on through is Hot a Priority. Hot a Priority is 15 to 1. Hot a Priority to win over Awesome Miner, and Forehead Fred along the inside, and then Fashion Flirt, Hot a Priority, and Kirk Johnson spring a 15 to 1 bombshell in the 8th. Running times review 23 seconds, 4 furlongs in 47 and 4, and the turf 5 furlongs in 1 minute and 2. 5 Hot a Priority, the unofficial winner. Five Hot a Priority posted first at 15 to 1. 8 to 5 second choice Awesome Miner posted second. 50 to 1 longest on the board Forehead Fred posted third, and 7 Fashion Flirt at 9 to 1 is posted fourth. And stand by for the jackpot high five details. Here is Hot a Priority, the Eighth race, unofficial winner, back for the photo session. The Dark Bear Brown 4-year-old gelding by A Priority from Hot Prize by Pure Prize. Bred by Israel Flores Horse Corporation of Louisiana. Now owned and trained by Satrahan Singh. Kirk Johnson springs a 15-1 upset with Hot A Priority when made official. So the jackpot high five comes back 5, 4, 3, 7, and 1, with number 1 Charlie's Game finishing 5th. The race favorite finishing 5th there, 6-5 odds on Charlie's Game. Hot A Priority 32.40 off at 15-1, 11.80 to place, 8.90 to show. Awesome Miner $4 and 3.30. For Head Fred, $16.60 to show. The Exacta, $115.50. The $2 Trifecta, $1,547.90. The dollar Superfecta, 5, 4, 3, and 7, $9,147.50. In the Jackpot High 5, 20-cent ticket returns $1,200 even. We carry over to the final race next Monday, $120,742. $120,742, the Jackpot High 5 carryover to next Monday. The final rolling double, $95.40. The last pick 3, $502.15. The late pick 4, $1,545 and a nickel. And this program's pick 5, $5,986 and a nickel. And again, the Jackpot High 5 carryover tops $120,000 to the final race next Monday. Now on the TV monitors, the show photograph showing number 3, Forehead Fred, finishing 3rd on the inside. Over 7, Fashion Flirt, and 1, Charlie's Game. 3, over 7, and 1 in the show photograph, now on display from the Fort Erie 8th race. The live racing schedule: Monday and Tuesday, first post 1:10 p.m. with the pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. right through to the end of the meet on October 13th. Fort Erie's live action coming to you 1:10 p.m. Pre-race coverage 12:35 p.m. each Monday and Tuesday. Become a member today of HPIBet.com and you will get $100 into your account when you bet $100. Membership includes enrollment in the HPIBet Rewards program, the ability to watch 4 streams at the same time. You can wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world, online or on site at any time. Join for free today and check it out, HPIBet.com. Our weekly highlights and replay show is on Your TV Niagara every Thursday at 8 p.m. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack on Your TV Niagara. It's channel 700 on the Cogeco system in Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and the entire region. Every Thursday evening at 8 p.m., it's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack only on Your TV Niagara. FortErieRacing.com is your website for live streaming, the replays, Ashley Mayhew's free tip sheet, the racing schedule, statistics, and much more, now all live in HD. FortErieRacing.com. Now, on behalf of our horse people, the TV broadcast production team, management, staff, and the racing officials, thanks a lot for being with us. We resume live racing from Fort Erie Racetrack next Monday, August 17th, with a jackpot high-five carryover of more than $120,000 into the final race next Monday. Post time 1:10 p.m., pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. Have a great week ahead. We hope to see you again next Monday. Good afternoon from Fort Erie Racetrack and FortErieRacing.com.